Alrighty. How's the setup? That's good. Hasn't picked up the game yet. That's fine. I believe in you. Come on. It got it last time, right? I don't think I ended up using my different overlay. I think it got it. Maybe I'll just close it and start it up again. So I'd like to keep to this overlay as much as possible. Yes. Did I get it? Not yet. Alright, guess I'm gonna switch to the different overlay, which is fine. We are going to here, display capture, and we'll just manually find it. Let's go the witness. Oh. Okay, let's change this a bit. I love starting off with problems. Just a little. How's that? That's pretty good. Also, I hear sounds off to the side that's bothering me. But I shall ignore because we are in it. A little higher. I forget if this game has sound or not. Because if it doesn't, no. If it doesn't, I might throw some sound in the background. Alright, hopefully this works out okay. Alright, here. A little bit of sound. Okay, so we just finished the water room. And now we are here. This overlay. Oh, is that the top and the bottom? Hiya! It looks like that's a different thing on the bottom. Should I draw that? Where? That doesn't match. Oh, that matches this thing, doesn't it? Oh, wait, why is it like... Is it reflective? I think it's... It would be over. This does like an S, but this does not. So what I'm looking at is not that. But I think I can make out this tired one right here. Yeah, that's not hard. Was it like... already forgot. Nope, this way. Okay, so that's why I hadn't seen the bottom one yet. This one's also quite easy. Yeah, just make an S. Okay. Let's just do it from here. Right. There we go. Okay. Now this one, I can see the top and the bottom, but I can't see the very top or the bottom. But there's only one way for that path to go. And only one way for the bottom path to go, it looks like also. It's got to be like... I think it has to do this. Now we're here. If it goes to the side and it doesn't go up again, it has to do this. And we're going over, and it's got to be like that. Neato. Where... Oh, this opened. What about this one? I have to do this one first, I think. Oh no, there's more to do. Nope. Okay, I didn't see... Ooh. Let's... What? Well, how... That's... What am I supposed to do about that? Do this one first? Where's this glare? Can I move them? I'm guessing I have to do this bottom one first, and I have no idea how to get this glare. I gotta do this one first then. Or do I have to go down to get that one? Meaning I have to... They're blocking me. What am I supposed to do about that? I keep hitting escape. Like, that's gonna get me out. The blocks on the bottom mimic the top because it's... I guess it is... Is that... I don't think it's a reflection. I think it's like a whole nother thing. Oh, is that glass? And it's reflecting? That's interesting. Okay. But there are things in the way. And that wire goes to here. Which makes me think I actually need to do this one. Can I go down there? Is that going to help anything? No. This was the path here. I did this one. This didn't unlock anything else. I feel like I'm not allowed... Ooh. That's intriguing. Alright, nope. Escape does not get you out. Okay. Down the bottom. 0. 1, 2, right. 1, 2, down. Oh, I think it goes all the way down. Is there a way to see? There we go. All the way to the right. I don't know how it's reflected, though. I think it's going to be all the way to the left, all the way down, then stair your way up. It's going to be like this. Oh, it's right. It's reflected. So it's all the way to the left, all the way up. Stair your way down like that. Is it like this? Yikes. Alright, now I still don't know. That's how. Can't reach it from here? Is it up here? It's just up here. Let's see what that does. Okay. That's reflection. Yeah, got onto that. Hey, what the puck? Glad you're here too. Is it just a clock? 10 on 4? Sounds good. Oh, wait, but it's reflected. So it's like that. Ah! Okay. Now the most difficult puzzle. Ooh, it's an elevator. Okay. Alright, I'm here for it. We're here. Alrighty. Are we done? I think we're done with that section. Let me just... No. Oh yeah, that's the beam. That's the beam. We are done with the section. Okay. Congratulations, you done it. Alright, Divine Beast here has been conquered. Yeah? Yeah? How many beams have you lit up? This is the second one. You can... That's one. Oh, wait. There it is. Oh, wait. Do they not go to the same place? That's a whole different location. I'm gonna try to follow this beam. I already lost the beam. I mean, Arcanist, because I'm gonna get so lost here. Let's see if there are puzzles. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. Let's just follow a wire. You're into here, which is not for a bit. Ugh, I have to find it all the way at the beginning. I'm sure the way to start is not at the top. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay. Where does this beam go? Is that where I came from? That's not going anywhere. That's to see. Alright, we're gonna keep following some wires. Oh, what? Oh, it's gonna turn it. That's the angle it's gonna point at. Interesting. Still can't do this bit yet. Background noise today as I try to get some writing done. Oh, I'm glad. Thanks for lurking. Okay, so that's interesting. Probably more reflection things, but still gotta find where it starts. Ugh, I'm gonna hate this part. Maybe I should have suffered this game alone. Thanks. I'm already suffering because I can't find where this whole thing starts. Either that or you kick out with watching. Well, whatever brings you here, I'm glad you're here. I'm just gonna start walking somewhere. Feel like it's a path. Is this a separate castle than where I started? Ugh, this is gonna be the worst. I don't know where That's a puzzle up there. I've been to a castle. I don't know if I've been to this castle. Oh, did I just find the start? Awesome, let's go. Alright, this one's simple. This is just get all the... I don't know why I said this is simple. How do I get in? Is this not where I start? This looks like where This is intriguing. How do I undo it, though? Oh, okay. Alright. Is this gonna undo it? Okay, alright. That's awesome. Alright. Does it matter where I start the... That looks like the start. Okay. How am I gonna memorize this? Also, I tried stupidly hard to get a notebook cam. And basically I decided I have a camera that I could have hooked up if I could find the wire. Took out every single wire that I owned. Couldn't find it at all. But I did spend an hour wrapping up all my wires into rubber bands, which is nice. Then I have a phone, but I don't want to use my phone for a camera. I have an iPad, but the iPad is from 2012 and does not want to cooperate at all. So I decided I could just get a second webcam because this is a really cheap webcam. I get a second cheap webcam. If I'm going to get a second webcam, I might as well get a more expensive one and upgrade it. And if I'm going to get a more expensive webcam, well, I gotta wait till I actually, like, get money from Stream in the first place before I invest more money into it. So that's the story of the notebook webcam. Anyway, start at the bottom left corner. 1, 2, up, over. Okay, so I see the path here to do it. 0, 0, is that the way to do it? Just, like, set the axis in the bottom left. 1, 2, 3. No. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Is there any chance for me to leave? Can I walk off the map here? No, it's gonna stop me from, like, stepping off. I didn't realize how many stone statues there are. We got Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone up in here. If I step off... No. I can't, if I step off, I can't. Okay. I do have to do it all in one set. You said you're in Ohio? I am in Ohio. Oh, that's so cool. Well, I can step off in the beginning. Nope. The escape doesn't do anything. I can start here and just do, like, the... Because I think that is where I need to be. I have to do the rest in one go. Up, left, up. Right, up. Figure it out from there. Up. That wasn't up, that was left. Going to here. Let me just try to picture it in my head. Not even trying to memorize the movements, just picture it in my head. I don't remember if it's straight up or to the side. And I can't do both. That's my... Oh. No, I can't exit that way. I already messed up. Cool. What did I do wrong? I have a feeling that maybe the map that I walk on doesn't match. No, I just did it wrong. That's the path I wanted. I just solved it wrong. You gotta go up first. It's gonna be like this, up. Straight up, down, loop that way. That's how it's gonna have to be. You have to get this one first. I wish I could kind of map it out on here more clearly. Straight up, then just loop back around. I bet I can solve it from that point. I always wonder why people in Ohio have chosen to be Ohio. I seriously question my decision. Just for college. They gave me money, so I already forgot. What am I doing? Straight up. I wish there was a way to, like, mark it. Alright, cool. Already forgot where the dot was. I think it's off to the side. Now I can double check right now that I got it. I did get it. Okay. Now I just gotta go up and out. Oof. Who are these handsome gents? Why do you... I don't like the sunglasses. An umbrella and a lady. Alright. So this is the one that I have to separate the white from the black. I'm not going to give my specific city away because, you know, doxing and jazz. But I'm just here for college, which I graduated. So I'm actually going to be moving soon anyway. That's the way... So the exit's in the center. So the bottom right is where I start. I just have to walk up and across. But I can't walk up. It's blocked. That's broken. If I go one over, what does that do for me? Can't. What if I do something like over here? Get these on the inside, then I won't have my exit here later. If I do this, I can't go here. Where else can I not go? Is there anything else? That one's broken. The rest looks fine. Yeah, okay. Just the one's broken. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was just a person. It's just the statue scared me. Alright. How... I doubt there's a way to, like, fix it. But how am I supposed to separate those two? If I can't walk in that spot? What if I, like, can? And it's just, like, tricking me? I don't think that's how it works. Oh, whatever. Yeah, no, it just doesn't register. I did get jump scared by the statue. It just doesn't even register. No, thank you. I've played Resident Evil 4. I haven't finished it, but I don't finish most games that I play. Just because I lose interest with that nice ADD. How am I supposed to cut it off? What do you want from me? There's gotta... Okay. How am I supposed... Can I make a line there at all? Yes. I can make a line there. So I'm gonna have to do one of these moves. Or maybe go down and then leave out this way. 200 games on Steam Library. I'm thankfully good that I don't typically buy games on Steam that I don't play. I haven't wasted a lot of money on games, thankfully. But I don't know, if I play half of it and I enjoy it, I still think of it as a good time. Like, I've played almost every single Zelda game, and I've only finished, I think, 3 of them. What? I have to go... I have to go... If I go up and here... Now the black is on the inside. I don't think this is gonna work. And then I'm gonna cut off this bit here. I wish I want to play and go on sale, I buy it. Nah, I just throw it on my wish list and then we figure it out from there. This is gonna go up and here. Now the black is on the inside, white is on the outside. What if I did like a... No, that wouldn't really close off. I don't know how... Here, black is on... What if I just went straight through? I don't think that's right. But I'm gonna try that. Like if I just go up... Oh, can I not go here either? No, I can. I don't think this is right. Yeah. Let's walk down this way. Ah, it's making tons of lines. Because the black is on the inside, and then because the top black and the bottom white are in the same block. We can't have that. This is a game of segregation. But I have to end it going this way to block these two off. I can't loop around once I block that off. So what happens in the center here? Goes on the inside. Is there a way to like loop it around or something? What on earth? I can't go all the way over here because again I'm gonna block off the exit. Ugh, this is already a hard puzzle without the other thing stopping me. I think this is a fine starting move. Black is on the inside, white is on the outside. Then I end up here. Now how do I get the white? That includes the black in the top left. I like the way you talk out that. Ah, thank you. It's important. I don't know. I just think that's what I think in my brain all the time. So I'm just good at talking. Maybe this isn't the right move. At least not to start off with. What if I gave it more space? Like over here. If I go up and to the right, I've blocked off any exit for myself. There's no loop-de-loo. But if I go all the way over here, then I've cut myself off. If I go up, like, I've cut myself off. Like other puzzle games. I mean, go for it. You can just throw them in the chat now. I can look back at it later, because every game I've played pretty much has been a suggestion. Although if the cost to buy doesn't have a nice ratio to the time to play, it's pretty unlikely that I'll get it. Over. If I can't go all the way over because I can't do it here. Over. Under. Up. Over. I think they're still in the wrong spaces there. Black is on the inside. Like a loop-de-loo like that. It's not. I don't feel like... Talos Principal, Fez, Baba. Alright. Over, up... I'm open to a suggestion for this puzzle. Because I'm getting frustrated. Up, over. Is this the wrong move, do you reckon? To start off going... Make this little S here. Because I can't figure out what to do after that. But I can't go all the way to here. There's no... It had cut off... I can't go up here. Because then it cuts off the exit. You're right in the way you steal off the first white squares. Okay. Thank you. I hate the statues. Go like this, and then over to the side. Up. Now, once I'm here, black is on the inside. What if I close it off again? And did something like this. All the way to the bottom and to the side. I don't know how all the way to the bottom works out. Let's just see what that does. Okay. This is the white. Now black is here. Now what happens if I just go all the way to the bottom? Over. Nice. Alright. Cool. I don't really understand that puzzle is what does it for me. The separating black and white. It's hard for me to just wrap my head around that concept at all. Oh no. What do I have to do for... I haven't seen this puzzle before. I don't really understand what to do. Hopefully this is the first time. That. Shoot. The sides of the grid function as well. Okay. Oh, shoot. Can you also just let me know if this puzzle exists like somewhere else in the game? Because I feel like I don't know if I'm going to be able to solve it for the first time here. What's over here? That's another similar puzzle. I don't know what those mean. You don't have enough information necessary to solve that one right now. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go backtrack and go find somewhere else. Because I'm not gonna try to figure out what this puzzle is the first time in a freaking Harry Potter Philosopher's Stone chess match. Alright, I'll go find somewhere else. I'll have to come back here later. I like it here, though. Yeah, I'm gonna go find some. This is a maze. Ooh, I can do a bit of this now. Maybe. Is this the maze? And I have to keep in mind where the gates were, I think. Oh, in the beginning. Okay. Up. Yeah, that's what this is. Up and to the left. All the way up? No, not all the way up. One short of all the way up. To the center. No, I don't think it's this exact... I don't think this is... like that? Alright, it was this maze. Okay, okay. Alright, we moving on. What we got here? Okay, I can go down, but I want to do this one. But it looks like I do need to do this one probably before I go down the stairs. No. Alright, going down the stairs. Is this where we're supposed to enter? Did I enter from here and I just didn't even realize? This is where I came in from. And I just went forward. I didn't turn around when I got here. Okay. How did I get... Here we go. This isn't... This is just... I mean, was there anything stopping me? Well... Okay. There's nothing that was stopping me, but is there anything different about these different paths? I thought maybe follow the wire, but the wire doesn't go through here. What makes this... And I thought maybe it was just going to be my path, but I did my path. Is this area? Can you walk? You can walk in perfect squares. It's not going to be it. I'm not going to be able to just guess this one out. What about the other? I can't get to the other side. Huh. I don't see any indication of which way is the right way. No. What? You could guess, but there's a lot of possibilities to work through. I don't see many possibilities. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of possibilities to work through this way. I don't... Try to find like little... Is that a line? That white bit looks a bit like a line. Am I looking at a path? Right. Right. Hug the wall. Am I going insane? Do I see... I don't think this is it. I think I'm just seeing things. It would be like this. Am I just seeing things? Am I imagining a white line that doesn't exist? It would be this. Am I going insane? Am I just trying to see things that aren't there? No, it was there. I mean, I may have just guessed that, but it did it. Alright, now this lets me go back here, which means I'm going... Where's that wire went to that door, so this is something new. I still don't see anything. It's the crunch sound. I think it's the crunch sound. Solve that puzzle I've never seen before. Is that not how you solve it? How are you supposed to solve that? If not seeing imaginary white... It crunches. I think it's the crunch sounds. Or maybe the not crunch. Yeah, I want to know because I already solved it. I'm not going to turn back around and go do that again. Some of them crunch, some of them don't. That's... But you walk... It's sand when you walk in. So I think it's the sand that I have to follow. No. Grass patches on the ground. Oh! Avoid the grass. Yeah, because the imaginary white line that I saw wouldn't go through the grass. Well, it works. Okay. Sand. It's not forward. It's here. No. No. Alright, I don't know what path that was. Alright, let's go. It's up. And here. And was it the first? No. Oh, and it doesn't help that it's not oriented in the way that I think of it in my head. That's not even... Oh, I see. Okay. I'm going to try to keep that in my eyesight as I go. No. Short way. And then over. All the way till you can't go anymore? Yeah, till the dead end. Then up and over. Up. Down. Up. Up. Over. There. Okay. Nice. Well, the imaginary white line doesn't hit grass, so that worked. This is good. And that's lucky. I never play with the game sound on. Every game I play, I'm always multitasking. So in this, multitasking is looking at chat and things, but usually I'm multitasking by listening to a YouTube video. I never would have solved that without sound. Can you guys hear all right? It's not, because I usually have the game audio a little lower. Is that it? It's kind of it for this little section. I might have to do more for the castle forward, but it looks like that's all I can do here. There's very, I haven't solved this one yet. I'm gonna go up a little bit. In that one, the puzzle itself was the gravel sound. There is no, like, game music. There's just kind of ambient stepping sounds. But because the panels up to that point have never been reliant on audio cues. Yeah, you gotta think outside of the box. I don't think Imaginary Byteland's gonna help me with this one. Might be the same crunch, though. I doubt it's the same. Where's the entrance? This is particularly red on the outsides. I don't know if that could be it. I think it might be the crunch sound instead of the sand sound this time. I'll try that. I don't think so. I think that might just be happening on occasion. Does it matter that this one's round and that one's square? Does that matter? I don't see any other things that are like round. But this one is undeniably round. That's a square and that's a circle. I don't see anything else rounded out like that, though. I don't think it's audio. It doesn't sound different enough. Something with, like, I don't think it's something with light. It's typically really, it's consistent. The sun's over there. I'm over here. Man. It's not the same. You know what? This puzzle isn't on the speedrun. I didn't even know how to solve it. That's awesome. Well, I'll tell you something. That doesn't match. So I wonder if it's just the path that's I can go. I enter here. That's different. Over. I think it's whatever the path that's actually real. Whichever one I can do. So I can go to the center, but I can't go any farther than the center. Then I go up and to the right, up to the left, up the center, and out. I think it was like this. That was cool. I like that one. Takes about a half an hour. That's it. Oh, I feel good about that one. Ugh, you taunt me. I can't do that one yet. Nothing's here. The puzzle usually stops people. Thank you. I feel bad. My first job, I think it took my wife and I like a year. Well, can't do that. Oh, here we go. And there were some individual panels that took me over an hour to solve. Fantastic. Well, thankfully I can ask for help if I need to. Is it like a 4-way? Oh, it's the whole thing? It's these. Oh no. Oh, I have to go and backtrack. Okay, well the bottom left is easy enough. I can look at the bottom left from here. The top left looks like I could also probably get from here because I can see a bit of the grass. But these guys on the right... Oh no. I have to go down and write them down and I don't want to do that. Hey, Bob. We're backtracking and writing things down in a notebook. Both two things I hate. Alright, let's do this. I did get my own. I do have a little notebook dedicated for this game, though. And it's this adorable thing that I love. And I got a shit ton of these a long time ago. I think this might be the last one that doesn't have anything written in it. Alright. See, I don't even know what orientation to look at this. I'm gonna look at it from up there. I'll write the whole puzzle down with all the options. Or at least most of the options. I'm so lazy that I'm not even... If I just spent like an extra 5 seconds down here, it'd make it easier for me later. I'll just half-ass through a couple other things so I know how to orient it later. That. So like I did a really thick line and then super thin lines for the rest of it. And then if that's not the orientation I need it in, I should be able to figure out the orientation. And I don't even know the best way to connect these to each other, but I do... Wait, no. Spin this a bit. I do absolutely love this. Up, over, up, down, down. I'm not even saying what I'm writing. Like that. And there's a bit of line there. I figured you would cave in and use notes. Well, that one, how can I not? I think I might get a dedicated camera to the note. I figured maybe, like, if this game had any kind of normal progression, I was like, I just won't even get to the hard parts yet, that I won't use the notebook for a while. But, now which one is this? That's beneath this one that I just did. But because it's open world, I guess I can't really... I don't think the puzzles are going to get progressively harder. They'll get progressively harder within each section that I'm in. But there isn't a dedication to which section you go to next, so... Could be whatever. That. Alright, this is gonna be fun to decode. On a side note, okay. I did not. I just never put makeup on, so if I'm gonna stream, I'm like, here's an excuse to do that. So I think this one I didn't do yet. I walked right past it in the first step. I have to go in to get it. Alright, in the end, this one up, over, do. And then, I don't want to. This is going to be a mess for me to decipher when I get up there, because I'm not worried about the orientation of each of these. But at least I know the path of each of them. At least a start and end. Yeah, one of them. It was like a gravel one. Oof, that's fast. Alright. Here's what we got. So your notebook cam would be helpful right now. This one's oriented the right direction. This one I gotta rotate a bit. I think this one is also oriented the right direction. This one's gonna take some time. Okay. I start in the center. I don't think it... If I have to end in the bottom left or right. Why is it... I don't like that sound. This is even gonna be hard in the first place. This one's like that. I don't think that's... I think I start going... I can't start going up. I have to start... No, I start going down here, because then I'll end at the other side. And this one works well with that. I guess it doesn't matter which direction I go. And it's going to go up, down to the side. See, this isn't fun for you guys. You don't see my notebook. Now this one, I have to rotate a... Shoot. What was this path? Or maybe... Oh, it was oriented the right way. So there's that. And over here we're going down, over, do. Alright, now this one is wrong. You need a second cam facing you. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. How did this one start? This one's weird because it starts and ends at like opposite ends. Shoot. Did I write this one down wrong? I think this one's written differently. Dang it. How? It's like this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I got it. I got it. There we go. We're... like that. Please. Thank God. Oh, I hated that. That's right. This seems like graph theory with extra steps. If you did better than most of that. Thanks. I think outside the box. I think that's something I have heard many people say many times about me, that I feel confident saying that as just a character trait about myself. So I think that works well for this. Is this gonna get blocked? Is this gonna shoot like right over the wall? Oh. I don't know how to do this one yet. Oh, is that the one thing I don't know how to do? Because then I'll do that puzzle. Well, this one's way easier. It lights up for you. And I have to do this one. I have to come all the way back and find that one. Maybe I just had to do one of them to get the laser. And this one's faster. If you said there was like a laser speed run, if you only have to do one of them, this is the better one to do it because it freaking shows you the path you took. Alright, we'll have to come... Eventually I'll come all the way back here to solve that last bit once I learn how. But that's it for this area. How... did I leave? Please and thank you. Alright. Now the laser, well, those two are going to the same place. Why didn't the third one? Alright, well, just start heading in a direction. That's something. Just go straight through? No. Alright, found a path. I'm guessing I have to, like this won't work. I have to, like, touch it, like, a little bit. 1, 2, 3. I need to make that shape. It's a shape that I need to make. Because the walls count as lines. The other laser has problems. Great. Okay, the walls count as walls. Okay, so as soon as this one's done, I mean, I could even just, I might actually, as soon as I do this little intro bit, I'm gonna go back. Where's the way out? Over there. There's the shape. As soon as this is done, I'm gonna go back and go solve that other one, because I don't want to backtrack all the way, and I'm gonna get lost if I finish it. I might forget about it. I'm already lost. I'm gonna go try to solve that last bit. Shoot, how did I get here? Okay, that's not bad. Follow the purple flowers to the right? Yeah, okay, just gotta make sure I go the purple flower way to get back. Okay, I'm glad that it's right there. I didn't want to have to, like, be at the very end of the game. I probably would have never come back if it was too far away. Alright, you're going forward. We're getting terrified by statues. Nope. These stay open, thankfully. Alright, here we go. Don't know how to do 2 of them, but I think I get the gist of it. I think it's gonna be something like that, and then over and around. Now, it's probably gonna be even harder. Two up, over, down. Shoot, where's the way out? There? How do I do this? How do I do? Let me just backtrack. Should be able to just see. How did I think this went? Right, the walls count as walls, so I don't need to go against the wall. I can just go. I mean, I knew it would be too simple. I haven't learned the regular ones yet. It's already too late. But I think I'm just gonna kind of overlap them. So we're gonna go up like this, down. No, I can't go back over it. Up and down. I can't walk here. Up and down. Now, if I do this, there's only 2 paths. Here and here that will have 4. But this path is blocked. Which means I can't do either of those two ways. Quick question, because I haven't learned the other ones yet. Do these have to be oriented the same direction, or can I rotate them 90 degrees? Will this shape be okay if I go a straight line up and down? Because I would have figured this out if I had gone and finished that other section, but I don't want to do that first. I want to finish this up before I forget about it. Because that'd work. I can't hit this angle again. Maybe if I do like all the way up. These ones have to be oriented the same way. Okay, thank you. So, I have to be more creative. Maybe the 4 has to go on the bottom. 4 over, and then it's just 3. Can I do over, up? I have to end here, which is rough. But I like the idea of having this one on the... Can I also switch them like that? Can I have the 4 on the bottom and the 3 up top? Or does this symbol mean it has to be enclosed in it? It has to be enclosed in it. That's not... I feel like that's too easy. Like, it's just there. Go up. Side. Over, up, down, da da da. Over, down. You have to enclose the shape within your lines. Okay. And I can't. I haven't actually tried this yet. I'm assuming you can't backtrack because you can't in the other things, but there's nothing stopping me from backtracking on this itself. No part of me can remember the second maze of the tutorial. That was ages ago. No, this is blocked. See, I don't think this is allowed. I don't think this is allowed, but I'm gonna try it anyway. It had a unique solution. Well, that was nice. I don't know what it was. I feel like this is wrong. Yeah, it doesn't let you kind of backtrack like that. But this is blocked. Like, I understand that that's the puzzle that it's blocked, but how am I supposed to get a 4-sided thing diagonally in that spot? So here's another thing, is that it is blocked, but it's not... It's still lit up for me. But I don't need to go across the bottom, so I can just go like this. And then do this, kind of, but I can't go this way. I don't need to go... Also, I can't even start where I want to start. I have to start in the middle here. Which throws me off even more. Like, I could kind of do this. The puzzle is cheating by blocking you, so you should cheat and find another way around. It's only fair. So I think this is closed off, but it throws me off that you don't even start there. Like, I want to just do this. Shoot, I messed that up. It doesn't even start in the center. I don't think this is... Ooh! Thank you, Blake, for the follow. Like, it didn't throw me off in the first place. That's already lit up over there. I don't think this is what I want to do. The fact that that lights up a little bit tells me that that's the right way to do it. But it's just not even... I don't know if the problem is with my walking or the fact that this juts out. Because this is impossible to do in game. Also, is a follower of Baghdad. Lots of people like to watch the suffering of others. I don't know what... I'm breaking a couple rules in this map, and I don't know which rules really matter and which rules I'm allowed to break. Does that make sense? Like, off the bat, it's weird that in order to get to the starting position, I'm not starting at the starting position. So I don't know if I'm allowed to leave this here. If I backtrack and do the rest, it should be mad at me. I would assume, because it's not because it's not possible to do. But what if I found another... If I got here... And then and then maybe I could kind of backtrack. Did I get it? And then no, I have to enclose this in it. Wait, but it still might be fine. Okay, let me map out what I'm thinking and come back to it. I think I don't have to follow the rules of the path, but I think my solution needs to, on that map, be able to be followed by the rules. It's not for suffering, it's all about delivering dopamine. Someone works it out. That's why I do it. And then backtrack. Let me go back this way. Let me plan it out from here. Okay, so this is completely legal thus far. So what I want is to, if I could do this, that would be ideal. But I can't get to this point without breaking the rules. Is there a way at all to walk off the map once I'm on here? Not this side. This side lets me walk off the map a bit. That's nice. Where else can I walk off the map? All along these middle bits. Shit! I got it. I figured it out. Okay. Alright, I got it, guys. I'm a genius. It's fine. Ah! Okay. There you go. Now I have to go this way to follow the rules of the map. Up, to, down, over all the way to here, and then trigger this. Now, here, up to like here. That, over, up. Come on! Why isn't that good? What's wrong with this? It's not 3. I have it all the way to 4. I need it to 3. Dang it. I've been doing it wrong the entire time. I kind of thought of it, Larissa. It's a 3 by 3, and it needs to be 4. So I need to go, how do I, like that. That's all. I can do that. Okay. Okay. Hopefully nothing else blocks me. 3 over. Up, over, down, over, up, and trigger it. I'm just gonna get to this one. Come on. Okay. Okay. What do those mean? Is this a puzzle that I also would have figured out if I'd properly learned how to do this? What does this maybe mean that they can be in any orientation? Is that what maybe this means? Because once again, will learn it. Yes, but you just had... Look, I'm gonna forget. See, I guessed it. Bob's got me. I could have figured it out. I just want to... It's fine. I would have forgotten about this. Actually, no, I wouldn't have forgotten about it. I would have finished it and thought it's not worth backtracking. So I'm glad that we're here. These can be in any orientation. Now, what's the thing with this one? Are there anything stopping me? It reflects. That's the special thing about this one. And where do I need to end? Either side this way. Okay. I don't know what you guys are saying. I don't know what that means. Okay. And that's easy enough. I hope. Just like this over. This would have us intersect. It's a person waving. Cool. Thank you. It's the bottom. It's in this corner. So if I go all the way, I can't go all the way to the side here because that would intersect with this. So maybe here. All the way up, it would intersect here. Ah, neato. Okay. What am I doing? Over. If I go just here and over, they'll intersect here. If I go all the way over, it'll cause a problem here. If I go, maybe it's like, no, that'd intersect. I'm lost. Where would it be? It would be here. Up. Over. Now we meet in the center. I don't think I can ever hit this bit. They're gonna intersect there always. So whatever how do I do it without getting there? I can't see how I'd get it either here or here without intersecting. Okay, but remember the walls count as walls. So maybe I just do like that. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. That. Why is that not good? The walls count as walls. That's what I need here. Is it not any orientation? It's kind of, it's like mirrored. I'm looking at the wrong Tetris piece. Thought it was one color, it's a different color. That's what's wrong. There's no way to, this isn't, yeah, that's not actually a different orientation of this. It's fine. I just need to go up first before I do the L. Don't do the L first, do the tall bit first. Come on. Like 1, 2. That's too far. It's gotta be like that. I think. Yeah, that's how it's gotta be. Okay, we're fine. I got it. That's a fun shape. can't go out. We're going to intersect. Can they intersect? Maybe, I don't think they're allowed to. But, like, maybe they are. Yeah, they're not allowed to intersect like that. Okay. Well, I thought that was much easier than it was. But that's the right orientation now, at least. I just need to go a bit higher. I gotta go up first. I can't go to the side first. Gotta go up first. Go up like this. Then over. Now I can go all the way to the side. Alright. It's okay. I'm a genius. Where? That one over there. Alright. Now we go... Oh, now I can solve that one. That's all I needed. Now I can go solve the other half of this. Even though I don't think a laser's gonna come out. Oh, that makes me dizzy. Yeah, like legit, like wait for the screen for that. Oh, there's more. I don't just... Or maybe I do just follow it. I just can't... I just don't get to see them all from here. It should be easier to solve. How far... Which one's going to be the hardest for me? Oh, it automatically gets me to this stage. Yeah, it automatically brings me up to here. Okay. This isn't right. If I do this, I'm going to intersect with the wall up there. This... I have to leave there. Well, it won't mirror it on that side. This isn't the same as the other one. I don't think. So the other one started like here. So maybe I shouldn't try to do them. See, the walls don't count as walls in this one. There are no walls. I shouldn't try to do them. I should try to do it like this. Can't go all the way over. I'll cut myself off. But if I don't go... If I go up, I have to go back down. So that makes me think that this is wrong already here. Maybe I need to do this before I come back for the white. Now the white is in the same area as the black. Oh, shoot. I liked how I started. I liked this. Just do that now? I couldn't do that before. No, same problem. If I leave this, I won't be able to come back to finish it. Oh wait, but if I that's where I was before. Does it help if I come over just one more? Does that help anything? No. Sometimes I think the Witness was a game exclusive. I played it all the time on my flip phone. It wasn't a flip phone, it slid open. Maybe I should rethink the beginning of this puzzle. This bit way over here. I can't do this here. I have to leave that later. So actually this is pretty fine. that. Then I can't get it back. If I go down immediately, I can't get it up here. Small limited panels that made me question my devotion to this game. I'm not angry yet. See, because the walls are no longer walls. It's harder now. Maybe I really shouldn't be doing this the way that I did in the beginning. Well, I kind of have to. Can't go all the way across like that. So I feel like this is the right move. What if I went all the freaking way down? I can't go in and back out here. So I'd... No, I can't. Or else I can't do that later. Is this any better than where I was? No, it has... Then I can't close it off there. That's fine. But now how would I make that? I can't go... It's... How do I make this without... I love how the game keeps stretching concepts. It's amazing. I can't connect here. I don't think this is right either, because if I make this line here, I don't see how I can loop back around. Like, this would be great. But this can be oriented anyway. This one can be oriented in different directions, which may help me. This line needs to go here. How? I don't know how to close it off. Without, I really should be utilizing a wall. But I haven't set up a wall for myself. This doesn't work. It's not closed. I could hit this wall, but then it only leaves me one orientation, which is like this, and I can't close it off here, so I think I must have done something wrong way at the beginning. I wonder if there must be only one solution to this. This can be in any orientation. But I have to have a wall all the way to here for the four in a row. I can't leave it early because then I can't return to close it. So this would have to start here. If it starts here, I can't close this off to make... That's not even the direction it goes. I can't go here because then it doesn't reach. And anyway, I can't close it. I did something wrong too early on because I can't... There's not a way to close it up here. Oh, I don't want to go all the way back. The issue is like with this, I feel like. We're going all the way back. There's no way to go back. What if I went all the way back? What if I started like this? How would this make it different? Close this off. How did I do this? Was it like... That's in there. Nope, shoot, didn't mean to do that. Oh, it's because I'm holding the mouse. I need to stop holding the mouse. I've been holding the mouse down this entire time. I think that was fine. Maybe I went down like this. That's fine. Nope, black and white are in the same box. I'm gonna get this like all the way down to here. I don't think this would work. Because now I don't have a return path. Wow, I really thought this one was going to be easier than the other one. I was like, let's just come over here and do this real quick before I go back. Evidently no. Okay. In this stream, pretty much just the other side of this castle. I finished up, like a water, after the water, there was like a, I don't want to say like Egypt temple, but like the beach. And then I came out to the other side of the castle. And then what happened was I had never learned these concepts right here. I hadn't learned them. So I went, found the area where you use them exclusively, and once I got a gist of it, I came back to this one to finish it up, thinking that this puzzle was going to be like the other puzzle, which you have to memorize the path and the paths were lit up. But no, it's an entirely different puzzle. I haven't had a tutorial on so I haven't had, I'm not on audio right now, so I cannot explain to you that I at least know that these can be oriented in any direction, is it. I learned a little bit of this. I didn't practice with it a lot, but I think I've learned the concepts, I just haven't practiced them, which might be making this harder than it needs to. You need to read the first chapter of the text. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Because I wanted to just finish this. I didn't think this one was going to be that hard. I thought I could just do that last puzzle. Maybe I should go all the way back. I hate backtracking. This setup's, I don't even remember how I did this. This would be fine here, but now I can't do this. Didn't think it would be that hard to reverse. You must let go of in this game. I understood. If I go all the way here, I don't have an escape. And if I go partial, I can't finish it up. So that's just not gonna work. Should I go back? Should I go back and really learn Tetris? I'm gonna go back and learn Tetris. It'll also help me forget. I think I need to get out of my head what I did to solve these, because I think it's hurting me more than it's helping me. Because I solved, these are completely different puzzles, and I think I'm trying to incorporate them here. So I'm going to go back. Follow the purple flowers. It'll help me kind of reset. Shoot, I don't even know how to leave here. It's not even, and I already have the laser here anyway. I don't think it's even going to do anything else. Alright, we're walking, fam. How are your days? Tell me about yourselves. Purple flowers. Did I just go straight through? I did. That's not the path I did. That's better. Oh, shoot. I just felt the rubber band in my hair break. One of those broke. Okay, it just was holding my bangs back. Okay. We're here. I solved that. I solved these. And then I stopped. So now we're here. These better be freaking easy compared to what I was just doing. Hi, friends. Scald Scamparmal. Hi. What did I do? Oh, I didn't do that right? Oh, right, I didn't enclose it. How am I supposed to enclose it without going here? How do I enclose that midair? This is what I did need to learn. Y'all know each other. It's so wholesome. How am I supposed to enclose it? Can I utilize this wall? That's what I had not learned yet. You don't need to draw. Can I go back now? Can I go? Is it worth going all the way back now that I know that they can interact? I don't think that was actually used in that puzzle. Fine, I'll stay here and learn more. But okay, that's good to know. These, you don't need to draw that line. Plus, I'd have to go back, which I can't anyway. This is the tutorial I was referring. Yeah, he can't hear me. But yeah, I started a little bit of it. I should have learned more. Let's go. Let's go. You can make that jump. This isn't limbo. You're not going to drown the second you touch water. That's underwater, so don't go that way. And that's a gate, so we're going up. The more you know. Alright. 54. I kind of want to just go down that way. That wouldn't... Walls count as walls. Can't go up. So they also can interact with each other. Because these are going to overlap. Yeah, well, that's nice to know. You know, you'll learn new things. But this won't work. You have to... How am I supposed to enclose... Yeah, I definitely need to learn more. Because my understanding of enclosing this requires it to be... No, I guess it doesn't if that's a for... Like this. This would do it. No? What concept do I not understand then? Do I need to I don't... These are going to interact with each other. In order for... If this one's going to be 4 and these ones are going to be 3, they'd interact. It would go straight through. Okay, we're learning new concepts. There is something important you missed before moving the bridge. Perfect! Well, how do I... Like, something that I need to go back? Or something that happened and I just didn't notice it? What are you? We're gonna do this instead. We're gonna ignore whatever that was. And do this instead. See, that's just not gonna work. That one's not right. Neither is that. Let's try going this way first. Now, how would I close that off? You don't. You do it here. You like almost have to use a wall. Why is this one different? Why is... It's smaller. It's smaller. That's what's different about it. Is it going to teach me the concept of sharing lines? Yeah, I'm misunderstanding how sharing lines work. No, this one wouldn't work that way. 3 down. Then this line isn't there. Ugh, Tetris. Not a fan of it. Actually, I do love Tetris. Not a fan of this. These guys share all of this. Like, this closes those up. I think that's all I would need to do for those. If it wasn't for this boy. Now, here's something else that throws me off. based on my understanding, I need to do a line from top to bottom to cut this off, but then I cannot go left or right. If I go 3 here and close it off, then I can't do that. But this is right for those two. That's all I need for those. Do I have to backtrack to the bridge? When you say I missed something before I moved the bridge, is that something that I should go back and look at? Is it the fact that these themselves are Tetris pieces? Or is it whatever's on the other side of this bridge? Is it that these are Tetris pieces in themselves? Is that what I missed? There's something you missed. You said before moving the bridge. Can I move the bridge back if I just do it again? I already forgot how to do it. It's the bridge! I connected it here and then did it and the bridge moved this side. But if I connect it here, the bridge will go to the other side. That's it. That's so cool. It's the bridge. Okay. All right. We're going all the way back here, and I don't think there's anything here that I haven't caught. What's happening here? This game is great. It's amazing. Like, it's just like the puzzles in this game can probably be found on like any like free iPhone game. Like the puzzles themselves are simple. Like I could code this in a day. But the world and how it works with each other is amazing. Okay, see here, this is me. This is me before the bridge. Oh. There's more to learn before the bridge. This is different. This is a whole nother thing happening here. Oh, do these count as... They count. This is where you learn that the walls count for each other. So I should be able to just make this a square. And like that. But this one is like that. I don't think that'll work. I kind of need this square off here. So this one, this won't work either. I want to do like this, but then I'm stuck. Yeah, you're right, Jonathan. It's the design of the whole thing. Okay. What am I learning here? I'm learning that they're offset. These they can share this wall, but they can't share the rest of it. That doesn't do it. It's gotta be like this! And it doesn't end there. Your reactions are great. I was not sure if I'm thinking of the bridge. It's not the fucking bridge. Okay. But what's this? And this isn't even right. This doesn't incorporate this part of it. I need this bit. And I need this bit. No, I don't necessarily need that bit. What am I talking about? These can be this. Alright, cool. I just thought it needed to be different than it was. No, they can't overlap. Wait, they can overlap. Shit. They can't overlap. How does this work? If you need to be within 2, but you need to be within 4, is this not allowed? I feel like this should be allowed. I don't like that that's not allowed. What if it was like... What if I like somehow... I don't think I can make them both. You have to be here. And the options for the other one are here and here. So I have no idea why this doesn't work. What if it was like that? No, it's because if it was like this, it'd need to go at least that, I don't think. The same solution. Would it? Interesting. So this, I can kind of make a shape in my head. And then they're both in that shape. That's wild. Because if this space took up these two, then this goes over here. So you can kind of just imagine the shape in your head, and then as long as everything that made up that shape is within that shape, it's okay. Okay. But they can't overlap. Like, this doesn't work. Because they're overlapping. You need to respect all of the spaces. Like, but this does work. Alright, see? Maybe it was important to learn concepts. I don't like this one. Have to end there. Because this, I can't do that. That isn't gonna do anything. This square has to be here. And this one has to be here, does it not? Because they don't interact enough to make, like, that's not gonna do it. Like, they don't interact close enough to make the square, but how am I supposed to get this line? And this one. What? These are breaking my rules. I can't do that, and I can't... Oh, wait, they can share lines. They can share lines. So this would be fine. This is fine. The walls are walls. Okay. First try. Who needs a notebook? I wish this moved faster. So good news, I applied to 3 whole jobs yesterday. And the reason I was able to apply to them is because I cannot write a cover letter for the life of me, and they didn't require cover letters, which also means that I don't have high hopes that I'll get them in the first place, because I couldn't win them over with my amazing personality. But we made progress. Because if you're wondering why I'm streaming at 2:40 Eastern Standard Time, it's because I'm unemployed. Alright, now where was I? I'm up here. Okay, yes, I can learn things now. They cannot overlap, but they can make no, hey, Harry. But they can make a new shape as long as they're all enclosed in said new shape. So, like, this would be a new shape, but it's not enclosed. But they can't overlap. What kind of work? Computer science, engineering, jazz, software engineering, ideally game design. But actually what I'm doing right now is I'm applying to like software engineering jobs that I'm not as excited about, in the hopes that I can get an interview and get some more ideas and like get a handle on the job search before I go for like a proper game design job that I really want to nail. I can't talk into this at the same time. Why am I talking about myself? This is puzzle time. That won't work because it's not enclosed. Also, this line bothers me. How did it work again? They can't overlap. You can make a new shape so long as it contains the old shapes. I should have cut these shapes out. That's so cute. I like that. That's not a bad idea. Except that if I wasn't stubborn and I'm like, no outside things. Yesterday you said you were an engineer by education. Software engineer. Yeah, computer science and engineering is my degree. How can I include them? These go up through. It's weird. I want to change their orientation, but they have. I think they do have to be straight up like that. Can it? That doesn't include them. First, you wouldn't take notes, and now you won't cut out cute shapes. No, this isn't. Is it snippets? Is that what I'm thinking of? That Wii Switch game? That doesn't include them. I can think of plenty of orientations, but it doesn't include those shapes. Nice. Y'all, I'm about to cut out shapes. I don't want to do that. Maybe I will. I wish I had graph paper. I don't know what happened to all my graph paper. And by that I mean I don't think I've actually had it since high school. I just think that I have it. But having shapes to actually manipulate was super helpful to me. Well, I like working my brain and my mind. I'd have to get... How do you work? See, like this does not contain the other three shapes. This is what's throwing my mind off. In order to contain this shape, in order for it to be 3 high and contains that shape, it has to be like this. It can't go 1 higher. Same with this. Unless it makes a new shape. If this one be 4 across, it has to be like that. But these overlap, so it needs to be a bit bigger. But it still needs to contain the shape. It's just a different version of one of the slide fixture puzzles. Harry knows that I cannot do a slide fixture puzzle. I have the inability to complete one. Like, a child's one you get as a Happy Meal toy cannot complete it. Brain does not work. Like, that doesn't include it. At this point, I'm even forgetting if they are allowed to overlap. Oh. What the fuck? What's wrong with that? It has to go 1 higher. It has to go 1 higher. It has to go 1 higher. It just 1 higher. 1 higher. I did it. Alright, cool. Now this one. I just can't do the same shape because of that. Can't quite do that. Have to... I'm thinking of something like that. I didn't include it. It didn't even include it. Got it. We got it. Who needs to cut out shapes? No one needs to write things down. Now this absolutely has to share a wall with something, because I cannot do a full circle around this, and there's no other walls to help me. So this, like, I think has to include something like this. But right now this can only go to here and here. But it does interact with this, which is what I want. Because then it can make a new shape. Oh, it doesn't even like that. Why is it yelling at 1, 2, 5? It's only 5. It does not interact with that. So that should just have the... Okay, that's good. At least I understand that conceptually. That this is... But I have no idea... And then this... how I am supposed to enclose this... without... I can't use the walls that are walls. I can't make a loop around it because I'm going to intersect with myself. And it doesn't look like it's close enough to the other things to include them in that. This isn't just gonna magically look like... Well, there's plenty of space to work with up here that I don't think I can really do much with. They're all so far apart. This one can't... This can't spin at all. I can't... How... What other ways are there to make walls? The walls are the walls. I can draw the walls. It can share a wall with another shape. That's all I know how to do walls. I can't make my own wall here. I cannot go all the way around it. It won't let it. I'll cut myself off. It's nowhere near. What if I like scaled it up? Like, can this be a wall? Does that count as a wall? It's the same shape. Does that count? Does this count as a wall? Does this count as the shape? I don't even know how I would do it from there, though. That if I could scale it up, that would count as a shape with that. But then I don't know how I'd get this one. And no, these things would be correct. These things would both be lighting green, lighting yellow if that worked. So that doesn't work. Cause like how this like it doesn't solve the puzzle, but these are still yellow, meaning I did successfully capture them. So that doesn't work. Otherwise they would both be yellow. Okay. How else can I make a wall? What if you made a negative wall? What? That's not gonna count. At this point, I just want this thing to like light up once. Like, let me know that I at least got it a little bit, because I don't know how to get it at all. It restarts as soon as I do that. Do you want from me? I'm gonna try this. No, come on. Can I try this idea again? That I can just make it bigger if I want to? How would I go about doing that? Like that? Doesn't like that. What? How? What is the whole thing? Is the whole thing a wall? Think of an inside-out wall. Oh, Jonathan, why would you say that? What do you mean an inside-out wall? Like cover everything besides a wall? What do you mean an inside-out wall? A negative wall. What does that even mean? What does that mean? All the lessons you need are in the previous puzzle. Okay. Are they just trolling with me? All the lessons you need. You can totally rearrange it if you can connect them. Okay. Okay, thank you, Jonathan, for not spoiling. So you can totally rearrange it. Like this one can be all the way down here if you can connect them. If these connect, you can totally rearrange them. That's what I learned here and here. These can go up here, this can go down here. I don't see a way to connect these because they're all just too far. I mean, like, this would make them connected, but it doesn't encapsulate that one. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, if I did that, if I just, like, picked up the middle one and threw it in the back corner, it would work out. But they're not connected, so I'm not allowed to do that. And if I... And that's not... I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Yeet. Getting things set up again. Is it all? Nope, not the game capture. It needs to be this one. Okay. Okay. Nope, nope. Sorry, I have to get... Stay. Okay. Alright, let me just also scroll through chat really quick to see. Did anything else important happened? Okay, if anything else important happened, let me know. Just gotta say it again. No, wait, don't, Chaz, don't undo that. Okay. Alright, this one looks even harder. What I just have is an abundance of patience. Oh wow, how did I gain viewers while I was gone? Okay. Alright. So this one would look like this. Roughly. This one's 3 high, 3 across, 2 to the side. These can easily interact with each other. That can easily reach that, which will easily go up. I don't know so much about them reaching up to there. But that would connect those, except now it's too... I couldn't get back that way. I'm not sure if I'm going to end up connecting all of them together or not. Wait, is my mic on, by the way? Because I definitely muted it when I left. But it's back on. It's back on. We're fine. Okay. Thank you. Grazie. Ah! Stop it. It's very difficult when you only have one monitor to get things back to how they are. Okay. Well, if I can connect these, actually, then I don't have to do it this way. I could have it go up like this. That's a fine way to do it. That would work like this if I could just end where I'd like to end. I don't know if I need to really connect those. What if I started... No, I can't. You don't ever want to go all the way across the edge because then you don't have an exit. Come on back. Well, let's see. If I had it this way, 3 over, 3 up, it still wouldn't reach this number 2. How did I get those other ones to work out? I just ignored them fitting in the first place. I just imagined how I would like them all to fit together. A way that I could have these fit all together, like this, 3 down. That almost works. And 2 to the side. Oh, I didn't reach all the way there. I'd like it if it went. Then this had 3. Yeah, if I think about how this is 1. If I got all the way the 3 down from there, it wouldn't work with this. What if it was like here, and this was the 3 down? So this was the 3 down, and this was the thing. It wouldn't. And then if the 3 across then fit from there, it wouldn't reach. It wouldn't reach this one. But the 2 across, can I force the 2 across to get all the way over here? 3 up, 3 across. No, I've gotta contain this. Three over, 1 up. I'm already concerned. 3 up. Here's the 3 up. And then this 3 across doesn't fit. 3 across, 2 across, and then it's not even there. Okay. Three across. I understand why cutting out shapes is helpful, because you can see all the shapes that could exist and then try to figure out how could I force them all into that shape. Three over, down. I mean, I really like the idea of having 3 up and then 3 across. It just doesn't actually contain this. What if this was a 3 up? No, then I can't contain that. All the lessons you need are in the previous puzzle. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . It just needs to contain it. Let me start incorporating this. Thinking about it being here, even if I don't know how to include it. So like, this could be the 2 over. 3 down. 3 across is not going to contain this. That includes them all except for the L. The paper and the scissors back in. And then I already did the 2 across and the 3 across. Like that, it doesn't include them. Suddenly my idea just... Am I gonna do it? See, because here's the thing. There's gonna be more after this. So maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing. This whole section is Tetris pieces. Maybe 3 across, 3 up. Right, I don't even have the 3 across. I can't completely ignore them. I gotta think about how they would fit together. 3 across and the 2 over. 3 up. And this. This is a shape that fits, but I can't get the 2 in it with this configuration. 3 across, then this cuts it off. I don't think I can just do this, because they're not in the same thing together. 2 across. 3 up. This Y piece. And then the 3 across still needs to fit somewhere, and it doesn't include the 2. How about 2 over. That's the Y. That's the that piece. It'll interact with the 3 across, so that won't work. 3 across, and the L. And the 2 across, and the 3 across, but it doesn't contain the 2. I have to get all the way up there. And with my 3 up is my only really great way to be moving upwards. And I have to get both of these. Two across and the 3 across. I've already done this. 3 up. And this and the 2 across, and then it doesn't even include those. I'm even hesitant to ask for help because I don't even know how you would even give me a hint. How about this? It's gonna contain all of them, right? Can I ask, are all of these pieces gonna get put together in one piece? That's a fine help. Multiple solutions. Of course there are. Dang it. Two across. 3 across. Here's this loop. That's not 3 up though. And I didn't even include this bit over here. So there's at least one solution that combines them all and at least one that does not. Cool. So not helpful to Linda. 3 across. Well, maybe that's not the worst then. 2 across, 3 across, 3 up. Doesn't make it to here. Three across, 3 up does. These can go together. 3 across, 2 down. I think I've already even made this configuration, and I was like, no, that's not even it. It'd be like here. I think I've already even made this, and I'm like, well, this would work if I can just end where I want to end. Which maybe I could figure out a way to do that. I'm sure I can make lines that aren't... I don't know, can I? Yeah, I can. Nah. Because it's like, if I did something like this, I still need this last line here, I think. Yeah, these are all the same thing. What did I want it to be? Something like this. 3 across, 3 up, 2 across, and that. I could utilize down the diamond 40 steps. Should I do it? Should I freaking cave and cut things out? Do I have even scissors like handy? I think my scissors are downstairs. I have a sewing kit around here. There's scissors in there. I almost want to like get through this puzzle, and then if I get to another puzzle, then I will, because it's like it's almost a commitment like to get these shapes going, and then because the other ones are gonna rotate. Oh no. These have to be in these positions. I think it is a good idea then, maybe. Does this not work? What was wrong with that? 3 across, 3 up, 3 across. What was wrong with that? Hold up. 3 across, 3 across, and 3 up. Literally, what's wrong with this? 3 across. That's 4 across. That's what's wrong with. No, 3 across. 1, 2, 3 up, and then that's the issue. It doesn't actually go all the way up there. Count the total squares. That made the other thing. There's 3 up like that. All right. Haven't used scissors yet. Where did that even lead? Down there? Right, the gate's open now. Boy, I might end up cutting something. Because we're gonna be... Yeah, it just fits inside of itself. This works fine like that. See, I can't cut these out. Oh, but this really gets your brain working of how things fit together. This works in L. That, yeah. Oh no. Alright. So it looks like these are like here, 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 here. This one right now that I'm looking at is the infamous one. One. That's not quite right. Oh, it didn't even include these guys. 3. 3 up. 3 up. 3 to the side and 3 down does like this. But that overlaps them. So to recap, you did. Guess I'm a rock. I don't understand. It looks like there's a space of 2 in between these things. I guess this 3 can go anywhere. Like that kind of needs to happen like that. That would overlap with that. This throws me off. I don't know. Because these kind of fit together nicely. I don't know if... Let's just see if this works. That doesn't work. And in order to kind of get this, I would need to do something like this, but it doesn't contain it. So it has to fit in with something else, I think. So, like that. And then if it was 3 up and over, it would these would collide, which we don't want. So it needs to be at least 1 more over. So it's like that, and then those would, I think. It doesn't even hit this though. It needs to go all the way up to hit this. Oh shit. This throws me off. I don't know if I should be counting this as 4 squares or 8 squares. Because I don't know if things can fit on the end. Things can go in between them. They just physically need to be either here, here, or up top. They kind of go like that. Now, it's not hard to interact with the other 3. These guys, 3 over and down. And then, like, the 3 down could go here, is a way to think about it. And then, like, that wouldn't quite work. It also needs to contain this in the first place to use it. You can go here, and the 3 for 1 can go here. No, I don't think... If there's 2 spaces in between these 2, then these cannot... These 3 downs cannot go on a wall. Otherwise it'll overlap. So it has to be, these spaces have to look either something like this or 1 space down. Can I just do, does this work? No. But does this work? Why not? What's wrong with this one? 3, it's not 3 down. How about this? Come on. There we go. We got it. Oof. Alright, now this is open. Now this means they can go in either direction. Come on. Ah, oh, moving. Okay. Well done. Lookups. Okay. Alright. Now these can... That? What's wrong with that? No, seriously, what? There must be another rule that I don't understand, because... Oh, I do this all the time. That's how I first started the Tetris pieces. That's not actually how they are. That bottom one can't happen. The top one can, the bottom one can't. But I think if I... Now one of them's there. My instinct is to do like that, but again, it's not actually I'm reflecting them, not just rotating them. And it can't start down here. But this works. And, I mean, like, kind of. If I could get that and that. I don't know. I can't even make a line there anyway. Okay. I like this start. Does the other one fit anywhere else, though? If it rotated, it doesn't fit 3. If it was 1, it would go this way, which is blocked off. Can I make it unblocked off? Because that would be really nice if I could just do that. That corner's... Can I avoid that corner? I don't think so. I can't... That's cut off there, so I can't just have them be mirrored. Or, like, one after the other, the same direction. I mean, this might not be the way to start it, but... What are other ways to start it? If it was like this... Would it go like that? No, because again, I'm reflecting it. It's not. It doesn't actually rotate that way. I kind of like this start, though. This is another interesting start. If it goes like this... No, if it goes like this, it would have to go... It would have to go down where it's blocked off. It also goes where it's blocked off. That L. They can't just mirror each other because these are here. I don't know. I haven't been frustrated with my... I mean, like, I get frustrated, but I'm not typically upset with myself when I don't get it. There's nothing wrong with not seeing it the same way. Why can't I just mirror each other? Because of this here? Can I mirror them like this, though? Then that's blocked off there. I would appreciate in the future if you, like, I'll ask for help if I want help. If they go up, I can't mirror it with it being there or there. I can't just put them in a rectangle to... Okay. It can go like this. And then what would I do from that point on? What if it was like... one down from... No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't actually rotate that way. But it could go this way. And then... this would... and then go straight down? Got it! Okay. Now this is just wherever I can... Oh, right, because of the walls are frustrating. I can't do this. Because that wall's going to cut me off. What wall doesn't cut me off? Any of them? The one on top? But this will stop me from doing that. The one to the side? I mean, I can go on and off the wall, can't I? If I can get to the wall. What? Like... and then I can't leave. Oh. Go over the wall like that. Now it's closed. And then I think I could just do that. What's wrong with that? Because it's not... that's not how I keep reflecting it instead of just rotating it. It'd need to be like that, which then I can't get off the wall. If I rotate it a bit, how would I even get there and rotate it? I think this is wrong anyway. I think that's, I'm reflecting it again. Up, down. This is what your instinct is. Doesn't like that. Same thing with here. I mean, it would be like this. This wall is stopping you. Have I tried, like... the wall stopping you? But, like, can I get, like... If I go, like, all the way over here... Okay. All of these very cleverly placed walls. You know exactly where you want to be. I can't make it here because of that. What if I kind of worked backwards? How can I even get here? I can go from this wall way over here. So if I were able to make... I mean, it's so like these corners, man. I think I've decided before, I kind of have to start and end on a wall. That's how you are able to close it. So like I start here and then I end here. This wall over here is nice if I can kind of get to it. Like start here, end here, but now I'm stuck. There's no escape here. Is there another way to get... Nope. Because if I go here, then I've cut off this bit here. Though... Start and end with that cut off there. Is there a way to do this without starting and ending on a wall? I don't think so, because usually you can utilize other pieces, but this is the only piece that's offered. And I think once you leave, you kind of can't come back to finish it, because like the corner, you can't get both of these. Is there a way? Does this fit? Does that fit? That fits. Alright. Oh. Right. It's the fridge. So I want to go to the blue area. So I need to... What did I say? Like, it's like connected to the blue? Does this work like that? Registered. Now what? I didn't think this would be hard. Oh, it can be rotated in any direction, which I wasn't really thinking about. And once it's connected to this, it can be whatever you want. So like this is also a fine shape, but that interacts, that stops me from blocking off the pink. Actually, let me look at this. So according to this, it's gonna end up lining up something like this, but then that stops the black piece. I can't cut off the black if that's the case. But once it's included, I can kind of move things around like that. Like that. I think that works. And then let's go ahead and cut off. Can I cut off the rest of these and make my way back? I think this is the right shape. Let me make sure it's just the block. Yeah, okay. So that's the right, this shape will work. If I do this, I'm not leaving a return trip for myself. And I can't come at it from a different angle, or else I can't close it. Also didn't close this one. Could I make it a different shape? What happens? I could do something like this. That does follow those rules. Right, because I am connected to two of them right now. I'm connected to both. Oh, I'm not connected to both. Oh, the red's broken. Interesting. I bet I can connect to both, though. It's just broken. So let's go the other direction. Let's do like cut this off, and get this together. Nice! It spins around like that. Okay. Alright, I'm for it. I'm here for it. Now I need to get to the blue, so I have to be patient. Which I'm not good at. Have not used... Oh, I did use the notebook. Dang it. Whatever. It's fine. I used the notebook for a puzzle I haven't finished yet. I'm definitely gonna finish this section today, and then I'm gonna go back and finish that puzzle. Oh, it's gonna take some time. Also, that's like underwater. Which is the second time I've seen stairs leading under the water. I hate... These things drive me nuts. It's hard enough without these guys. So here's the thing with Notebook Cam. Harder than I thought it was going to be. Basically, I have a camera. Thought I could use the camera. Could not find the wire to connect the camera to my computer. I have a phone, which I don't want to use. I have an iPad from 2012, so it doesn't want to cooperate. So I was thinking I could just get another webcam. But I'm just going to... What was wrong with that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I could just get another webcam, but I just want... this is a really cheap one that I have now, so if I want to get another one, I'd want to upgrade it. And that's going to stop me there. So I'm just going to, like... I'm not going to get a second cheap one. I'm going to second nice one for my face, use a cheap one for the notebook, and I can move it around. So I can put the 3 here. That's the 3. No. That's the 3. And this is the 4. Actually not included. So here's a wonderful thing about me as a person, and also ADD as a thing. You gain interest in things, whatever holds your attention. So ADD has a lack of attention. Your dopamine is just always low. So things that hold other people's attention don't hold yours. So when you find something that does hold your attention, it's really exciting, and you absolutely want to hold on to it as much as you can. Which is why I'll get really frustrated if I'm playing a game and it's over and I wanted to play more of it. I'm not including the 2x2 in this. Also, it didn't even include... Totally forgot to include this in it entirely. So anyway, so then the same way that you get really excited about something and everything, you just really, really desperately want to hold on to it, you also will lose interest all at once in the same way. So it comes back eventually, but right now I just have no interest in Oxygen Not Included, and it's gonna come back. But right now I played it and it was super fun, and then all of a sudden one day I woke up and I'm like, oh, shoot, I don't want to play it anymore. And it's really disappointing because, sometimes you want for something to be able to hold your attention. So this contains the L and the stairs, but it doesn't contain the little these things. They absolutely have to merge with something, because you cannot make that shape by yourself. Anyway, so the thing with my iPad is that it literally doesn't even have, I don't think it has AirPlay. Use a programming computer that access AirPlay receiver, because it's so old. It's from 2012. So I can try that. This L shape, this contains the L shape. I don't even think it contains. This contains the L shape and the plus, but not everything else I need. But the camera will be super laggy. It's not too concerned about laggy for the notebook though, because that's not. So I can try that. That would work well. Yeah. That would work really well. I'll look into that. Thanks, guys. I don't see how the two... One of them's gonna fit in the stairs. One of them's probably gonna fit in this little nook here to make it a square with two on the edge. So it'll be like that. And then... No. Man, it might be time for scissors. This buddy's giving me a hard time. This is hard. I read these 60 abilities before, but there are probably 3 alternatives available. I'm sure... I mean, it doesn't have to go into that little nook to make it a square. It could go somewhere else. This would work. And then it was also here. Here. Does this do it? Does this do it? Does this do it? Why not? Oh, because I didn't even include that. Dang it. I forget that it has to be in it. Okay, so what if 3x3 was over here? Then I'm not going to be able to include the 3x3. Not a 3x3. Stairs is what I'm talking about. We have this one. That's not even contained in it. What if I tried to go tall instead of like this? Let's contain the stairs. The 3x3 isn't... I'm not going to be able to get them all in that sense. Thanks, Harry. It's not that I don't have scissors. It's that I don't want to make them. Because this would be really hard to make in scissors also. Like, I just need to have the squares themselves and kind of keep them oriented that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 2 could be here. The 3x3 wouldn't fit. And also, none of this contains what I need it to. What if I... 1, 2, 3, 4... Here's the L. Here's the L. Here's the 2x2. I think this might be it. Oh, thank God. Can you guys even... When I solve it... I'll play Oxygen Not Included eventually. I don't think I'm going to play it anytime soon. I'm not leaving it forever. 1, 2, 3, up. Also would fit here. This would include both of them. And then what? So this includes both of what I can see. Right? 3x3, 1 up. Okay. The last one is hard because of these guys. It's an L, which would fit here if I included it. My instinct is to want to have it here, but it's not going to fit there either. And also that would close that off. if I rotated it, it wouldn't really fit here, because then I'd have this square here that it's going to close itself off a whole lot of the ways. It would fit nicely here, but then it's not in the shape. And I couldn't just rotate this shape, because then I'm going to be losing other shapes. Because the shape does contain everything I need it to contain. Okay. Okay. So let's start from scratch somewhere else. Can't do that. This square. This isn't a shape. This shape. This on top. I can't get this line down. Then to this shape. That works. But this is going to cause me problems. Can't rotate it without it intersecting something else. What if I tried... I always try to do this shape. That's not what it is. It's the other direction. I can't go up. I've already kind of tried to do this shape. This would be nice, but that's same deal. It's reflecting, not rotating. Can't go down more. See, once again, scissors, like cutting out the shapes, are only so helpful because these are what's causing me problems. I can imagine tons of different shapes that they go into, but they're not fitting with these. This is a thing. No, it's this way is another way to do it, which I've already done, because then I get into problems on the other side. See, these have multiple solutions, which also just frustrates me. Although it must be really fun to code. Let's try... This is a shape... Nope, can't even... I'm trying to think of a way in which this square right here isn't in the corner. Yeah. Because that's how I've only been thinking of this in the corner. But it's hard to think of it because this thing is here. There's 3 here. I can't put something here. I think this would fit them all if they were all inside of it. I think they do kind of fit into each other as a 2x4. So maybe I can think of it as a 3x3 and a 2x4 trying to fit into each other. Not 2x3 and a 2x4. So this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. I hate when they're not shapes, they're just spaces. This is a shape. Those fit into each other to be a 3x3. This actually is just, I think it's just this. I think that works. Why not? 3x3. 3 down, 2 across. 1. Oh, I didn't include that in it. That would have worked if it was included. It's this. If I could go up and do that, but of course I can't. I just didn't reach it. Jesus Christ, that's good. Thanks to the follow person whose name I cannot pronounce with lots of SKs in it. Like that. What if I try to fit the 3x3 over here first? Like the 2x3. Like this. And then this. And that'd be nice if I could just do that. I kind of can though, right? Can I, no, I can't get there. This does work for those though, right? Yeah, then I just have the 1 left. So this is what I've got. Can I like go up and do it and come back? No. Okay. So we got this corner and this. Oh, this isn't even what I did before. This is another version, but it should also work, right? Yeah, it also works. Nope, come on. Come on. Backtrack. Is this any easier to do, though? I still can't use this to encapsulate. Once I do this, there is no going back. Like, this is... I can't leave here, because then I won't be able to grab this bit. Three up. This. Now what? Should I try to grab the lone dot and bring it in here? These are 2x3s. So like this, and then if I enclosed it, it would be like, oh, okay. Think in your head. What does it look like? Like this? No, then it doesn't include that one. Or the other one for that matter. If I bring it, it has to, it's in the very center of each section. And I don't think I can, let's try the counting thing. That's 6, 11, 12. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It would only have 3 squares of wiggle room. This shape is nice because it gets 2 corners. I think this shape would work if I could. This shape would work if I could get out. So can I get out with this shape? I can also rotate this shape. I'm gonna write this shape down. I'm gonna use the notebook, second time. Because I like that I can rotate this shape. It's like that. See, because here's the thing. I don't want to be accurate. Like, it's hard to get a grid system. Graphing paper would be nice. So I got this shape. So this shape, I can't use it. So let's see if I can just even like recreate it a different direction. Something like that, and then up. It's like that. Got it! Awesome. 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 Yeah, I guess I do use paper. Okay, so now I gotta get to the black. Which we'll just also have to include. I'm gonna forget how to do this. Get these first. Then grab like that. Alright, cool. Should I just like regular water around? Not really. Alright, where are we going? Black? Yeah? That's where that wire lit? Okay. We're making progress. We're going. We got this. I want to jump. I'm not a patient person. I'm patient when it comes to like myself and my own mind. I'm not patient when it comes to waiting on others or other mechanics. I already did this? Where did I come from? Am I going to... I had to get blue before. Have I been to pink yet? I have to turn it all around. I think I haven't been to pink. That's not terribly important. Going back. So, how are y'all? Good, that's good. I'm alright. Come on. Just oh, could I have gone, maybe I could have even gone and made that jump then. I don't even think this is the right way, honestly. Oh, maybe. Ooh. So this wire I don't think was lit before. Well, this is new. Ooh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. So there's this. And then this fits in there as well. One, two, three, four. That fits in there. What was wrong with that one? 3. No, don't go away. If it would just end here, it would be... No, not there. That was really close for the first time. That goes... Can I use, when I use the 4 high, can I cut it off? No, because I don't want to, I need to leave that at the end there. No, I have to redo the whole thing, don't I? I think the 4 on the edge needs to be shifted 1 down. Maybe. Does it? I don't know if it can. No, it can't. It doesn't need to be shifted 1 down because maybe. I hate how close it is to being simple. I was really close to it, just ending there. Let's try a whole different route. That's that. No. Or maybe. I wish I could kind of explain in my head where things are. I'm working on the L, the square, and the this one right now. Everything else... Oh no, that doesn't work. The stairs are in where the stairs are right now. Wait, no. Maybe they were? What do I have? Something like that. Now where am I going from here? I have the stairs, I have that. There's a 4x4. 2 up, 2 like that. It's like the same thing. Stairs are at the bottom. Above that is the L. I got the 4 up to the side. The L doesn't fit with this thing. They're overlapping. This has one extra space here. This is an extra space. No, it did fit. It did fit. It was like that. Now we have this square and this fits here, but again, it's this one off to the side. Let me see, did I get everything else besides those two? If I think it right, the two on the left are gonna yell at me. Yes, okay, so that shape also works. So there's gonna be one spare square. And that spare square, I think, cannot end in the top right. But I think if I could get it to fit... Can I just do like this? No? If there's only one square... I have to kind of think about where that one square would be, though. Like, is this the worst strategy? If I know that there's one spare... Right, how many other... Okay, okay. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 30. There's 2 squares? There's 2 squares? Does that sound right? But I have to know where the 2 squares are. And there's many possibilities of where those 2 squares are. They don't even need to be next to each other. They could be separated. Where was I avoiding those squares before? So we've got this shape here, and then the Z fits in next to it. Square pair. This fits nicely. This is all together as one. Now, if I were to make a line here, these are also all together as one. But what's left will not fit, right? But these do work as all together. No, they don't. What am I missing about this section? Stairs up, level. I'm missing this. It's like this. That'll make them all work off to the side. Yes, okay. But I don't think these are gonna fit at all. It's like this. Now there's 4 going up. I need to have at least 2 to fit that thing. Okay. Okay. All right. Can I just keep doing like 2? Two spaces. There's lots of opportunity. Okay. Now these are their own thing. This is pretty promising. That's the bottom two are together, right? Yeah, so the bottom two are together for this. They fit fine. Also in the bottom, the Z fits, the 4 fits, and the 2 fits, but I'm leaving myself... What's the issue with this is that the very center one doesn't work. I think it's the very center. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. That didn't work. What else? What's missing here? Zigzag at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4 up. Did I miscount? No, they're all 4. They're all 4 squares. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So that's 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 30. I'm seeing like 3 missing right now. Z4. Is it this? Yes! I don't even know what I did. I don't even know what that... Did that do anything? What did that even do? What the heck? What did that do? What if I go up top, is there gonna be a beam moving? What did that do? It was here. Came over here. My gosh. I'm open to anyone telling me what that did, because I don't really I don't have as much fun solving the puzzle of the map. I don't even know where to go with this. That was so... It added to your solved count. Is that it? Am I done with this section? I don't see... Look at the cable running up the post. Like, I thought this cable was lit already. Can I go farther now? No, I couldn't. This post? Oh, this is, no, that's not a beam. Is this a post? Is this what you're talking about? Is that a cable? Let me try to get like the higher ground maybe. I mean, I could walk over to those stairs. It's just going to be a long trek if I'm wrong. And it's nothing's over there. But I guess I don't see anything else here. This already. I'm guessing this wire opened this door. It was probably closed in the first place. In any event, you do need to go. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. What? Ugh. So I haven't been to red yet. Is there a way to red? I think I started from blue. Been here yet? Am I lowering the water level? Am I getting an underground elevator? Is that a boat? Okay, where have I been so far? Can I just do like a... I can't even tell where I've been. Oh, those are the puzzle things. That's where I kind of came from-ish. So this is Tetris to the bottom right. I can't even tell what all these other ones are. This is awesome, though. I don't want to leave here. I'm afraid this will let me leave. And I don't want to leave, I don't think. I'm sure, is there a laser here that I can get? Like, I feel like that's what makes it feel like, alright, congratulations, you finished the section, there's a laser. There is a laser. And I haven't gotten it yet. So there's more to do here somewhere. Definitely don't have it yet. This is where I just did the stupid puzzle. It's not. This is not where I did the stupid puzzle. What does that mean? There's only so many ways I can do this. So you would have to draw a border. It doesn't even like that for this. What do you mean? Okay. These, I thought it was like you have to interact with the blue. It didn't let me even go beneath it. It had to be above. Oh! Negative space. Right? Do I have to make a square not in that area? But then what about these yellow things? You just get to ignore them? I don't really understand these rules. It's something like while you're creating the negative space, you can ignore the yellows. You still have to follow the rules of the yellows. But only you can ignore them when you're making the blue squares, but the blue squares cannot contain the blue squares. Okay. So this is a rim, which means I need to do something like this. While ignoring the blue square, but not ignoring the blue square. How? That sounds overly complicated and therefore is probably not quite right. Okay, well, here oh right, that didn't work either. Is it minus? It's 3 minus 1. For these, it also applies for the negative space. It wouldn't work if I did this way. Oh, it does, because it's those two. It's 3 minus 1. So I could do this way as well. Minus 2. I just need to ignore one corner. What was wrong with that? Do I need to contain it in it? It's not minus? Blue squares, yada yada, blue square sounds about right. I also like the subtract. The blue squares. Oh, but I didn't... It's got to be like this. Yes. It's the blue squares. You have to subtract the blue squares from the yellow squares. And they all have to be in the same area. Is it done now? Where? Okay, this light is lit. This is it. Over to black. Oh, come on. Nope. Don't rush it. Just rush it. Okay. I want more. Yeah, that's over there. Okay. Okay. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. I see that my avatar is not female also. It's fine. I'm fine. Lego. Blue wire. It's also a black wire. Do I need the black one to be lit too? Can I go down now? Was this underwater before? Ooh. Seems like a shit. That's glorious. Did I didn't do this already, did I? Shit. This is the ladder. What's the ladder doing down here? That's cool. What's wrong with that? Oh no, it's oh, I think it, like that would work if I could end where I wanted to end. This would also work again if I could end where I wanted to end. The blue is interesting. The blue is required because these won't fit otherwise. How's that? No, come back. Nope, didn't include both of them. Well, it's hard to include both of them because I wanna. How about that? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1. So that looks like this. And contain the 4, but -1. So how about like this? Again, I'm not gonna end where I want to end though. And I didn't even snag this. What if I moved it over like, no. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. This is a shape that includes that shape. What if we just did like that? I'm not going to end where I want to end. Huh. How do I end? If this could go all the way to the edge, this would work. But I have to contain that. If I bring this in, it can go on the bottom. So this shape could be a little more like this, with the 4x4 on the bottom, but I'm not containing the 4x4. Not 4x4, 4x1. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. This kind of works, but then I don't get the blue. I need the blue to have free one. And if I move it over one more to get the blue, I can't exit. And if I cut that off, I don't have the 4 in a row. Okay. So then what? Can't move it over one more. Like if I did it like here, I don't have that 4 in a row isn't. Oh, also this isn't in it either. This doesn't cut off one. I guess I could cut off one here, but then I can't get out. Which is interesting, actually. How am I gonna get out? Oh, because of the wall. A wall is a wall. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. But the 4 can't be vertical. I like this thing. A wall is not a man-made wall. These are man-made walls, and these are walls. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I need this 2 over. I feel like this shape kind of needs to exist here. Now, these do not have to be connected. If I did this, now this works if I could end where I want to end. I'm not gonna, I can't, this corner cannot exist. I can't go here and down. I need to end here with utilizing this wall, which means I'm probably also not gonna have a line here. So I need to come back, and that would cut this off. So this wall needs to either contain like one of these or like one of these. But I need to contain the blue, so it's gonna be one of these. This is the last one here, because these are all the same style. This is a different style. I'm officially open to suggestions. Although I don't know how, it's hard to even describe when it's shapes. And there's multiple solutions, I'm sure. Here's one shape. doesn't even contain the shape I'm trying to make. There's a solution that has the S shape in the top right you were trying to do. Okay. Well, yeah, because I have to get it kind of in this area. So I had it with something like this. The issue is that I'm leaving this space and I can't go back down once I've gone up. Oh! The blue negative could be the center of the S. It could let them intersect. So it would be something like this? Does that work? No, but this will. This one will. This one will. This one will. This is it. No, what's wrong with that? This is it. This is it. This one. This one's the one that I'm gonna do in. Thank God. Thanks, guys. Oh, there was even more. I thought this one wasn't even. Alright, a full square. So here's one. Here's one more. Now the square. Am I fun to be thrown off by this one? Jonathan, what is that badge that you have? Is that like someone you're subscribed to? Because I've never seen that one before. Oh, one of these is rotated. Okay, so... Oh, I need to contain this. I've been thinking about it being in here. Oh! Wait, I like that. It's a good luck, have fun. Well, I want one of those. That's really cool. I'm glad you have that. That makes me feel good. What's the solution? Okay. See. That. I also can't. I've been thinking about rotating them in my mind, and I can't rotate them. If I want to get this square, I probably have to have this boy. Thinking about him being up here, then. He's pretty much has to be here. Is this it? I can't click on the badge without, like, exiting. I'll do it later. If I do it now, I have to, like, pause the game. I'm thinking about, like, so this one is going to be like this. And then this one is going to be here. And the square in the center collide. So is it like this? No, there's still a bit of overlap. Wait, what's wrong with this? That's over there. That one's over there. The square overlaps it, and that one's on the top. I don't understand why this one doesn't work. Because this has them overlapping. Oh, no, they don't overlap. Only the two on the bottom are overlapping. The two on top aren't. So this puzzle with other technique. I never saw the solution until I saw. Interesting. Okay. I like my idea of overlapping them, but then only these bits are like overlapping for the blue to step in. How do I need to so then I just don't include them. Got it. These two weren't overlapping, so they didn't need to be included in the thing. in the square. These two were overlapping, so the square needed to be and include them. It's not, it's like -1, it's -1. So this is like, there's one square here for this shape, and this shape causes 1 squares here. So this square ended up being like 1, 1, 2, 2. This subtracts 1 from all of them, making it 0, 0, 1, 1, and then that, if that helps at all. Anyway, what's this thing? Ugh! Just checkers up in here? Okay. So, if the stairs overlap here, in some orientations it overlaps 3 times, which is undoable. Is that considered to be possible that they could overlap 2 shapes? I see. And if this is in some orientations, it only overlaps 1 square. So it has to be in one of those orientations. And then the same thing, I just need to not include the other one. So I feel like if I just do something like that might work. Why doesn't that work? Oh, because all the other squares. Right. It'd have to be like this. Something like this, and that, and that, but, got it. So now I've moved this. I feel like I have to move it, otherwise it wouldn't have given me the option to move it. What? What's happening? Oh, it's just doing it automatically for me because it's nice. Yeah, if I go down, it'll be moved. That's interesting. I would have thought it would have forced me to go down and fix it myself. Because I don't know why it gave me the option. I figured if it gave me the option to move the bridge, I'd have to move the bridge. But it's interesting. It gave me the option, and I did it, and it just, like, corrected it for me. It didn't even make me go back downstairs to fix it myself. I don't like that. I don't even know where I'm going. I made another thing. Oh. Now, because one of those wires was black. Now they're both blue. Okay. I'm going the wrong way, I think. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way, I think. I think I need to be going the other way. I'm not a patient. I'm not a patient person. See, here's the other frustrating thing. If I want to, like, go do something else right now outside of the screen, in order to get access to my mouse, I can't just pause it. I need to escape, which pauses it, so I have to just sit here. This is where a better streamer would entertain their audience and engage with them. But I don't know how to do that. I just know how to solve puzzles. That's over here. Let's see if I need to go up or not. It ended... I think this is what I already solved. Thanks. So this is what I did not already solve this. Okay. I'm surprised it didn't even let me do this. This felt weird. These feel weird. It's like 0. Can I just do like a... That's not gonna work. There's 7 positives and 4 negatives, so I'm gonna end up with like a shape of 3, I reckon. But like I don't know really how to control that. It's helpful to think of it as that I need to end with the sum of 0. Like this was 2 positives, 2 negatives, so I didn't have to worry about it. It was just a 0. If I had done this is like a score of... Oh, that would have... Okay, this is how it goes. This has a sum of 0, and this has a sum of 0. Positive 2, negative 2 equals 0, this equals 0. This is positive 2, negative 2, and it doesn't work. This works fine, but this does not. Okay, that's helpful. So this, the bottom should be fine. The bottom won't glitch, but the top will. But now how do I handle this with the shapes? That's 4 and -1. How did I even work it before then? That's still 4 and -1. I don't know if I can get them both in here. So let's try... No, it's going to be the same kind of thing. Everything's going to be wrong. These are like mirrors of each other. It makes the same shape. This one's a little closer than that one is, though. But this is too... what? Like, you need a space of 3 to get here, and it's not that big. I'm missing something else. Or maybe I'm not, I just can't wrap my head around what I'm doing. What does this even look like? Nothing. They're all bad. These are, this is 3 squares. This is only ever 2 high. This is only ever 2 high. And this is 1, 2, 3 away from it. So I don't know how to grab it. To engage, to use it. I don't know. This lets them be fine. No, I just don't know. This feels more right to me because it's closer here. See. What about this? Yeah, because it doesn't make the right shape. I think that's what's wrong with it. This would make everything wrong. Well, maybe... No, I can't just make the 4 happy. Because there's no way to make a negative space. I can make, this makes like a positive 4 here. I am once again open to suggestions. I don't like that answer. I thought this, I hoped this would work. Just putting them in a box of 3 together. But it don't. And I think it's because it's the wrong shape. But if I make it the right shape, it's they won't both go in. So I'm missing the same thing. Have I acknowledged the error? Do I even know what the error is? Also, I can just move on to this one. Okay. Okay, so what's wrong with them? Is this first part right, that I need to isolate this 3 with 3 other blue squares? Is that part at least right? I don't know if it has to be sideways or vertical, but is at least this part right? I need to get the square along with the 1 blue square. Damn it. Okay. Okay. That's very helpful, because I was not going to let go of that for a while. If I grab them all together except 3. How's that? No. What if I put the blue square into square by itself? That doesn't work either. You can't do the one of the two that way. If I get this in a square of 3, now it's -1. Which means I need to overlap that 4 with it over here. I can't really bring the 4 over here though. Something like this would be nice if the 4 and the 1 were both here. Not even the 1, just... This would be nice also. If it intersected with the square. A general challenge of this game is learning to recognize when you're holding onto an assumption that may be incorrect. So it's not something with the negatives, and I don't... Everything you know is wrong. Start again. Well, then I'm blaming the game for doing a poor job of teaching me the concepts in these parts. You guys are making me more frustrated. I appreciate you, but I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated with you. I'm frustrated at the game. I appreciate you. Okay. I would be frustrated if you also just gave it to me. Although if you gave it to me, maybe it would help me realize, I mean, don't, but it would help me realize maybe what concept I'm missing. Here's something interesting. This one next to it. The blues are in a shape. This one, the blues are in more shapes. I have not been thinking about the shapes of the blues, really, in this one. Not a rule you're missing. There's just an approach you haven't considered. You can see me down here. Ooh. My computer's fans are on. They're working. That's not usual. It's like my brain. It's a metaphor. Okay. Now just think of it a whole different... I don't even know how to come at it from a different way in the first place. It almost confuses me why this works in the first place. Like why it's fine taking those. I guess they can be put together to fit that yellow shape. I just don't know how to include some of them. Like if this... What? I've also just been playing this game for a while. I'm not quitting though. At least not at this puzzle. Let me grab my water 5 seconds. There's like 3 sips left in this. I'm also hungry. Puts blame on everything except her own mind. What? Okay, can I get a hint? Just like a little something. Like, I don't know. Can you guys think of a hint that doesn't give it away? What you just said, actually... what did I say? Blaming it... I've said a lot of things. I've been talking this whole time. Great. What I just said. Repeat what I just said. Trying to think of a better hint. Blaming everything but on my own mind and don't think about it. What? Can I just... What? That doesn't mean anything. Why does cutting off the bottom of the puzzle works? Because it, like, cancels them out. These can fit into a shape that makes that one go. There's a thing you've never considered, despite trying everything else. I hate this! I love this. What is it? What have I not tried? I almost just want to do this puzzle first. Just see what... That looks hard too. There is a thing you've never considered, despite trying everything else. What? If I tell you what you have, try to be out of some way. Yeah, the bottom half shape could be whatever shape I want it to be, as long as they're all contained within the shape. I feel like if I put this in here, it works fine. It just needs to be a shape something like this. But there isn't a shape like this that contains both the yellow and the blue. And if I just make a shape of just 3, that doesn't work either. 4 equals 4. What does that mean? What was wrong with that? It's this one. It's this way. 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 Ah! You don't get all the 3s together. You get all the 4s together. Thank you. Oh my god. So now for this one, I want to do something where like these, I can't even do it that way. This will not work. But if I can get a 2 and a 1, why doesn't it let... Ooh, that's interesting. I have to do this. I have to go that way or that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you so much. Yeah, I never considered the square. I was always just worried about that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7. But I gotta get this one. Because I went all the way to the edge. How do I get the 3 and not the 2? This one? I don't think this... I want to get this one and one of these with this and this one with that. So do that. Where are we going? No laser yet. I've been here. Have I not been here? Have I ever seen this not in a corner? Is this... Am I insane? I don't even know what just happened. Oh wait, maybe I can't get that. No. Well... How did I get up here? What did that do? This appears with a puzzle within itself? What did that do? I think that lowered that down. Are there more puzzles around here I need to solve? Also, what wire did I get from this? Like, did I come in this way? I'm very... Oh no, I'm lost. No, this was how I came in. So this door opened. So I need to go this way. I come out this way. Please tell me the map itself is not the puzzle. It is. I cut these 2 off. And that's why they sunk down. So where do I need to go? If I knock these 2 down, I need... This blocks me off here. Can I get them back up? No, I can't. I need to I think I still need access to the stairs. just knock another 2 down. What else can I knock down? Let's try to get rid of these 2. No, then the square is not in it. This would knock me down. But I think I wanted something more like that. No. I think I have to knock this one down. I don't, because it's not in a corner. What was wrong? What happened when I did this? I can leave. I can go back up. That doesn't do anything for me. I want to get over there. I want this bottom right one to go down, I think. But I don't... How... Can I even have the bottom right one go down? I feel like I have to get this one down. I don't know how to cut off something. I don't have to get the bottom one down. Those 2 are down now. So it's a 3x3, right? And I can only knock 2 down at a time. I think I need to be at the bottom already and give myself 1 at a time to go down. Something like this. Now, I want to stand like this. Is this kinda... That doesn't include the 2. Can I get the center one down? Right, because that would have stopped me from walking. But now that I'm down here, it can go 1 more back. If I do 1 more back, I'm just gonna get stuck. I kind of want to go to the... Can I do it through the fence, do you reckon? No, I can't. This one's never going down. I don't think this one's ever going down. Let's see if I can do it through a fence. No. Okay. Hey! It's here! Oh, that was cool. I liked that a lot. Oh, now what? Oh. Is that the laser? Yes! Okay. Now, I'm just gonna go back, and I'm gonna finish that thing at the castle. If I can find my freaking way back there. And then that'll be it for today. How do I get back? Is there a way out this way, or do I have to backtrack? It looks like I have to backtrack, which is kind of good, because that's the only way I know to get... Right? Nothing else happened over there. There's a shortcut. But is the shortcut gonna get me back to the castle? Are you saying the shortcut like here? Laser's on. Ooh, thank you. But let's see. This is another puzzle. I didn't sign up for it. It's really easy to miss. I don't know what to do with this. How about... Why don't I know what to do with this one? How about like that? I don't know. This feels like I'm going farther. That's a new section. Is it a new section? I can't tell. That's the boat. Yeah, that's the boat that I came from. Maybe the boat can just take me closer. Great. I'm already lost in the shortcut. Have I done that one? What's that one? Oh, no. Oh, I don't have... What's the word? Not cartography. There's a word for just, like, using a map to find where you're going. No, not what I'm thinking of. There's like a Boy Scout thing that I'm thinking of. Where you are just, like, given a map and a compass. And you're like, find your way. That's where I came from. That's where I started. Now, I went this way. Orienteering. I think that's it. Alright. I found this place. Now let's see how freaking long this one takes me. But this is gonna be it. How did I get up there? The statues that gave me jump scares, even though this is in no way a horror game, and I should not. Okay. I did this one already. Alright. Let's do this. I said I'll leave, and then when I come back, I'll forget how I did it, and I'll get a fresh start, yet I know exactly how I started last time. Okay. So that works there. But I know I can do this now. I know I can do this now. This also works? No, this works. I missed that one. But let me hit it once to see if everything glows right. Yes. Okay. Can I just... Just do one of these? And then this. What the fuck? What was wrong with that? The black and the yellow were together. Does this work okay? No. There were lots of things wrong with that. I'm going too fast. I don't want to do this. Because then this is going to cause me problems. I like the beginning though, I think. She said with great hesitancy. This is nice. I don't know how to get up without getting back down. But maybe I could include all of this together. that'll intersect it. Can't do this, because then this line won't work. I'll move one more over, this line won't work. Maybe I will ignore that dot for now. I like this start. If it was like this. No, I'm sure the white doesn't count as part of the line. I probably do need to cut that off myself. Ugh. My ears are getting like sensitive with having these on for so long. Strong. I like this method because it keeps everything very off the side. I haven't intruded over here yet. Oh, this won't work. I've been doing this, thinking that these are not walls. Walls are walls. It's gotta be something more like this. But then I'm not gonna be able to cut off the white and the black. This gets things where I need them. And I don't really like how the I don't really like how this 4 goes there. But if I merge them together, I can kind of ignore it. I can just do it somewhere else. You know, like if I did this 4 could be here. I forgot the square, the dot. But I can go and I think I can still go and get that dot and keep everything else really similar. Shoot, I forgot what I did up here. Alright. Did I do this? It was more complicated than that, I think. Maybe it wasn't? It's like, no. Shoot, what did I do? I think I did something else up here. Did I go like... Did I do like this? And then this with the 4. Is this it? Ugh! I think that did nothing because I already have the laser. Alright. If you're in my chat right now and you haven't followed, you might want to do that if you want to see me later. Oh my gosh, it's 5. I forgot I have things to do today. Thank you! I didn't realize you hadn't followed yet. Alright. I'll log off. I'll be on 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, or Ohio time. So just go, I don't know, wherever it goes next. Do you guys know how many lasers there are? Off the top of your head? I'm glad you're here, Jonathan. Anyone have an idea how many lasers there are? I do want to know how many lasers there are. Because I know there's a whole ton of puzzles. And I looked online that said 25 hours to play the game. That, I don't know what that's based off of. 11? That's nice. Okay. So I don't even know if I did 1 or 2 today. Oh, right, because one of them didn't go where I expected them to. 2 a day is a pretty good thing, although this one took me forever. Anyway, I can do all this another time. Thank you so much for joining chat, guys. I just appreciate having you guys here. I don't want to play games alone. I like being around others, so thanks, and maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow.